Part 25, Why the Sun is Farther North on the Flat Earth. Before we get into that, everybody needs to go back and watch the entire series again, starting with part 1. From the comments that I'm reading, a lot of these concepts are not being fully understood by everyone. Go back and watch the series from the beginning again. And then specifically for this topic, you're going to need to understand 14 through 19 backwards and forward. How light really moves all the way through the shortening of the days. The plasma tube of light spiral is getting tighter through angular momentum. So if it starts off this big, as it increases in speed, the angular momentum is going to tighten that spiral. That tightening is why it's moving north. Remember, the plasma tube of light behaves like a fluid. It spirals. When it increases in speed, it tightens. So remember, arms out, slower, arms in, faster for a figure skater when they're doing their spin. That's angular momentum. So that spiral tightens up, and that's what's causing it to be more north. So if you remember from part 18, when I was talking about the seasons and where the sun goes and everything else, if you're looking down at the flat plane from above, those yellow circles on the blue circle and the green circle are the old furthest south the sun would traverse, and the furthest north being the green line. Okay, that's what it used to be. Well, because of angular momentum and the tightening and speeding up of the spiral is no longer that. It's no longer the Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn. It's moving north because of the tightening of the spiral. So the green circle would be moved more towards the North Pole, and the blue circle would be moved more towards the north also, because the whole tube of light is getting smaller, tighter. So that's why the sun is now more north than what it used to be, because of that circular rotation that the sun takes is now on new paths because of it getting closer to the north. And to all the naysayers out there that say, oh, the sun's in the same place that it's always been, blah, 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 blah. Well, no, you're wrong. And what you need to do is you need to go get a good compass, okay? And you need to shoot some azimuths to where the sun is, and then you can cross-reference that to what the official United States government, U.S. Navy observation calculations from computers says where it should be. Okay, here's the site. This is what it looks like. The next slide, I'll give you the address to it, and just put the stuff in, where you're at, time, all that good stuff, and it'll tell you exactly what your compass reading should be. And then all you have to do is go out there and shoot it, and you'll see that it's not where it's supposed to be. And the easiest way to do that is not point the compass at the sun. Find a shadow and do it off of a shadow. Put it like a stick in a yard, something like that. But yeah, do it off the shadow, not pointing at the sun. Okay. Here's that link, and I'll put it in the description also. Okay, that's all I have for today. I have no idea what the next video is going to be about. I'm going to have to sit down and think about that, where I want to go from here. So that's all I got for today. Thank you, everybody, and I'll talk to you later. Bye.
Part 25A, Why the Sun is Wider and Hotter on the Flat Earth. Do you all remember when the sun used to be yellow? Anyone who is over 30 should remember the sun was a lighter shade of yellow, and anyone over 50 remembers it as a darker shade. Well, not anymore. It is a bright white color, and there is no yellow hue in it anymore. Well, the answer to why that is makes perfect sense in the correct model, and makes absolutely no sense in their ridiculous model. The answer is simple. The plasma tube of light is tightening. Due to angular momentum. Remember, arms out, wide and slower. Arms in, narrow and faster. The tube is getting narrow when it used to be wide. So the surface area of the lens is getting a more focused light. It's less diffuse. Just like when you focus your flashlight, the light will become more intense and brighter. Spot beam is focused and narrow. Flood beam is not focused and wide. So the plasma tube of light that is hitting the lens was wider and is getting more narrow. So the focal point of light is getting more focused and intense. The intensity of the focal point is what is causing the color change. But here is the real kicker. When I finish this series on why the sun is hotter and wider, you will have the biggest sign for when the EMCO will happen. Even better than the shortening of the days. Sorry, JC, I have the complete working model. Next video, part 25B, the hotter sun or focal point and global warming on the flat Earth. Part 25B, the hotter sun or focal point and global warming on the flat Earth. The first thing everyone should understand is all numbers can be manipulated to support whatever claim one wants. Any accountant or scientist knows that. Remember, the BS fake numbers of gravity. They just plopped in 96% of their values to make their equations work. You need to learn how to hear what is really being said. And Mia is teaching everyone right now. If you have not become a member on her site, do it now. The controllers will tell you portions of the truth they understand because they know no one will listen. Is global warming real? Yes, it is getting hotter in places. Is global cooling real? Yes, it is getting colder in places. So, is the climate changing? Absolutely, because the sun/focal point of light is tightening. Therefore, the light it produces is more narrow, focused, and hotter. The sunlight of decades ago was wider, so the light and heat were spread out more evenly. The sun now has a more narrow light which focuses the heat into a smaller area. So the areas that are under the more narrow light for the longest duration will get the more extreme hot weather. And conversely, the areas that are not under the more narrow light as long will get the more extreme cold weather. With the tightening focal point of light and more extreme natural weather, the controllers need to control. How do they do that? Through clouds. Via weather modification. Next video, part 25C, chemtrails and weather modification on the flat Earth. Part 25C, weather modification on the flat Earth. A strategy that accomplishes one objective is good. A strategy that accomplishes multiple objectives is superb. Brian Austin Lambert. As science investigates the natural environment, it also modifies it, and that modification may have incalculable consequences for evil as well as good. Weather modification is the act of intentionally manipulating or altering the weather. The most common form of weather modification is cloud seeding, which increases rain or snow, usually for the purpose of increasing the local water supply. However, the single most important thing in weather modification is clouds. Why? For making the fresh water in the form of rain and snow, and heat retention and reflection. It's called cloud feedback. So high clouds trap more heat and reflect sunlight. Low clouds reflect more sunlight and retain less heat. All right, so the incoming solar radiation, 51% is absorbed by the surface of the Earth. 4% is reflected back from the surface. The atmosphere reflects back about 6%, and the clouds reflect about 20% of incoming light, and it absorbs another 19%. So 39% to 40% of solar radiation is absorbed or reflected back from clouds. Anyone who has ever slept outside knows how on a clear night it gets cold, and on an overcast night it stays warmer. Clouds act like a blanket to keep heat in and are also used as a reflector to keep heat in the form of direct sunlight out. So they can deflect the intense heat with clouds to try to reduce temperature, and they can also use clouds to disperse and retain heat where colder temperatures are a problem. Clouds, so beautiful and harmless looking, but hold the key to weather modification. Clouds have multiple purposes or objectives for the controllers. 1. Fresh water, rain and snow. 2. Sunlight reflection. 3. Sunlight absorption. 4. Heat dispersion. And 5. Visually obscuring the sun and moon to hide the signs for the EMCO. I will get into that in a later video. Next video, part 25D, chemtrails on the flat earth. Part 25D, chemtrails on the flat earth. What chemtrails are not? Chemtrails are not a means to poison the air and kill the population. Rational thought, folks. Remember, even the controllers have to breathe the air. They are not poisoning the only supply of air that everyone has to breathe. Are there other objectives the controllers use chemtrails for? Absolutely, but it is not to kill their property and slaves. Again, that would be you. The EMCO will take care of that. So what are chemtrails? Just a cheaper and more efficient way of making clouds. Here's a before and after picture of chemtrails turning into clouds. And here's another picture of before, during, and after of the sky, chemtrails, and then clouds being formed. There are private companies that make clouds and modify the weather like this one, called Weather Modification Incorporated. On their About Us tab, this is what it says. Now, more than ever, the worldwide need for solutions to atmospheric necessities, such as water resource management and environmental quality monitoring, is critical. With nearly a half-century of successful programs, our experience speaks for itself. A half-century. Private companies have been doing that, including the ones listed here, and this is just A through N. There are dozens and dozens of companies worldwide that are private and modify the weather. Now, if you were a controller, would you leave it up to the free market and private industry to control the weather? And would you use planes like this one? That leaves trails like this to form clouds? Or would you enhance your capabilities by what is already out there to really modify the weather? And leave trails like this? There are an average of 9,728 passenger planes in the sky at any given time. Chemtrails are worldwide. Yes, even in England, Switzerland, Italy, Israel, Russia, China, etc. Everywhere planes fly. The controllers are using the world's passenger jets to covertly, not really, if people would get their head out of their asses, to modify the weather by creating more clouds. The sun focal point is tightening and getting hotter, so they are using clouds to mitigate and disperse the heat. The objectives of passenger airliners: 1. To make clouds quickly and cheaply. 2. To use petroleum-based fuels. 3. Cheap and fast transportation for passengers. 4. Cheap and fast transportation of products. 5. To fleece the people, slaves, out of money by convincing them to take vacations to faraway destinations that are pointless. 6. To take away freedoms in the name of safety. 7. To have fucking power-tripping losers grope people for no reason. Sorry for that little rant. I have only flown twice since 9/11 because I don't want to support that industry or the Orwellian measures that they have put in place since. One flight was an absolute must, though, the flight to LA to be with Mia. Next video, part 25E, How Clouds Form on the Flat Earth. Part 25E, How Clouds Form on the Flat Earth. Brian, you say to yourself, why do we need to know how clouds form? Oh, how clouds form is so important to how your world really works. Clouds cannot form without particulates. You need particulates: dust, salt, pollen, smoke, exhaust, pollutants, etc., with water vapor and a temperature below the dew point so that the air is saturated and clouds can form. How clouds form. Clouds form when warm, moist air rises and cools. Water vapor condenses on tiny particles to form liquid water or ice crystals. 1. Warm, moist air rises from the surface. As air rises, it cools. 2. At a certain height, air cools to the dew point and condensation begins. 3. Water vapor condenses on tiny particles, particulates, in the air, forming a cloud. Air pollution comes from a wide variety of sources. Some of the most excessive sources include vehicle or manufacturing exhaust, forest fires, volcanic eruptions, dry soil erosion, and other natural sources, building construction or demolition. Atmospheric aerosol. Aerosol is just another word for a particulate. Here's all the different ways that the particulates can get up into the atmosphere. And they have to be up there in order for water vapor to form on something. There has to be tiny particles of matter for water to form on. So the air or atmosphere has to have particulates. Particulates like this, and this, and this, and this, and this. Chemtrails are just another way to make clouds. People, you need to start trusting your senses again. The answers are simple. If you see clouds being formed from chemtrails, why do you need anyone to tell you what chemtrails are? So the jet planes are leaving particulates from their engine exhaust. And this is the end result if the air temperatures are right. The controllers cannot modify the weather without clouds. And to make the clouds, they need as many particulates or pollutants in the air as possible. No particulates equals no clouds equals no precipitation. Next video, Part 25F, Ground-Based Cloud Factories on the Flat Earth. Part 25F, Ground-Based Cloud Factories on the Flat Earth. Since we are covering clouds, anything else seem bizarre? When they were trying to program me in the indoctrination centers called schools in the 1980s, this is how many cloud types there were. 4 types of clouds: cumulus, cirrus, nimbus, stratus. And now you have all of these. So in the last 30 some odd years, new cloud types have been forming. I guess that's the evolution of clouds. But you have to look at who's naming them. NOAA and NASA. Now there are 32 types of clouds. 32, interesting number. The freezing point of water and the highest level of the Masonic order. All right, on to the topic at hand. Ground-based cloud factories. Most people believe that the weather has only been modified since the mid-1900s or so, due to the advancement of airplane technology. You do not need planes to modify the weather. I'm sure most of you have seen this. This is the NASA cloud making machine. I believe it's in Alabama. This is just one of many different ways to make clouds. And then there's all the other ways to get the particulates up in the air for the clouds to form on. NASA is just a little late to the party. Here's some other ways clouds can form. Like this. And this. And this. And this. Those pictures are all of power plants. How a power plant works. There's 2 things that come out of them besides electricity, and sometimes electricity going in them. In the cooling tower comes out water vapor in the form of clouds because it's steam. And from the chimney stack comes particulates, or also known as pollution. Tangent. Just because you see power lines coming from certain factories, i.e. nuclear, that does not mean the electricity is coming from the plant. There are 62,000 power plants all over the world. That includes coal, oil, natural gas. All of those power plants put up particulates into the air, or pollution. So this process of factories making clouds and particulates/pollution to modify the weather has been going on since The Industrial Revolution of the late 1700s and 1800s is when the controllers started to modify the weather in the current blue sky system. Let that one sink in for a while. The Industrial Revolution ground-based factories were very efficient at getting large amounts of particulates into the air. But dispersing those particulates evenly over vast distances, they needed other means. The controllers have always had a particulate problem. Civilization has to generate particulates to form clouds and make the precipitation to have fresh water. Pollution equals particulates equals clouds equals precipitation. No precipitation equals no fresh water to drink, no water for crops, and no water for domesticated animals. Tough to build a civilization without fresh water. Go figure. Pollution is actually a necessity for life and civilization. Main objectives of factories. 1. To get particulates/pollution in the air. 2. Create clouds for precipitation. 3. To burn fossil fuels/petroleum. 4. Create energy/electricity. 5. Employ the slaves. 6. Create useless petroleum-based products for the slaves to buy and for the slaves to willingly give back their wages to the controllers. Next video, part 25G, Transportation on the Flat Earth. Part 25G, Transportation on the Flat Earth. So ground-based cloud factories have a huge drawback: dispersion. So the controllers of old had to find ways to disperse the particulates through colonization and expansion. Here is America in the 1830s. America's industry and population were all out east, so expansion west and manifest destiny were the goals of the 1800s. So through expansion and transportation, the controllers were able to disperse their particulates worldwide. During the 1800s worldwide, the controllers used coal and wood-burning steam engines on trains to disperse particulates and people to lands that were devoid of industrial civilization. So railways were the most efficient means on land. So in the 1800s, the railways took off all over the world, and especially in the United States. Today, there are over 141,000 miles of railway in the U.S. alone. On rivers, lakes, and coastal areas, the controllers used coal and wood-burning steam engines on steamships during the 1800s. Transportation by water has always been cheaper and quicker than by land, but there are always limits to where they could go. By the turn of the century, metal-hulled ships took over, and fleets of coal-burning warships were traversing the oceans worldwide. during the European colonization and expansion. For passengers, they eventually created huge passenger ships like the Lusitania and the Titanic to transport peoples throughout the world. And if you think those particulate-making ships are no longer, think again. Particulate-making ships are still a necessity for the controllers over large bodies of water. There are about 1 million ships and boats, not including recreational boats, in the world. With Ford, around the turn of the century, came the automobile age. Cars allowed an even more dispersed method of particulate spreading. Railways are like the main arteries, and roadways became the capillaries into the really remote areas. So hence the rise of the suburbs in the 1950s, and eventually even the remotest of areas with off-roading vehicles and trucks. There are over 1 billion passenger cars in the world in use today. Subsistence living was done away with, and consolidation of goods into grocery stores and malls. That assured the use of diesel-powered heavy trucks to haul said goods throughout the country and world. In the undeveloped areas, heavy equipment, bulldozers, excavators, dump trucks, etc., were spreading particulates. And the military handles the worst of the lands for bases and training, and spread worldwide to countries that were not on board with the controller's agenda. And deep in the suburbs, they have a secret weapon to spread the particulates. You, the slaves. Lawn and property maintenance. Don't forget about all the other things with particulate-making engines. Lawnmowers, push and riding, motorcycles, weed eaters, chainsaws, blowers, snow blowers, generators, barbecues, etc. Then, with the advent of air travel, the controllers got their most efficient means of dispersion. They could deposit the particulates at elevation and create routes wherever they needed them. There are about 40,000 large passenger, cargo, and military planes worldwide, not including light aircraft, carrying over 4.1 billion passengers annually. If you think chemtrails are a recent thing, you'd be dead wrong. All of these photos are from World War II. So the controllers just needed to subsidize all of their transportation efforts. The controllers got the slaves to do the work and to pay for it at the same time. How? By convincing them through patriotism, religion, marketing, advertisements, peer pressure, programming, indoctrination, etc. The controllers convinced the slaves they needed to move to a certain place, take a vacation to some exotic land, buy that third car, get that huge house, manicure their lawn, get those Air Jordans for their kid, eat organic, buy cheap, crappy products from Walmart, etc., etc., etc. The controllers convince all their slaves that they could be more than a slave via money, status, fame, celebrity, wealth, awards, accolades, etc. And all the slaves bought it, hook, line, and sinker. Because the controllers know the slaves do not know the difference between wants and needs. Next video, part 25H, greenhouse and CO2 on the flat earth. Part 25H, greenhouse and CO2 on the flat earth. The greenhouse effect is just another ridiculous theory in a sea of BS theories the controllers program everyone with. So what is CO2 and why has it been all over the news in the last few decades? Let's start with what it is not. CO2 is not a greenhouse gas, and even if it were, it's only 0.28% of what's in the atmosphere. The largest greenhouse gas, which is the wrong term, the heat retention thing in the atmosphere, is water vapor. Clouds and water vapor. 95% of the atmosphere heat is held in by water, and that doesn't even include the waters above. In most cases, the answers are so simple. So what is CO2 then? It is plant food. Everybody learned this in grade school. Carbon dioxide is one of the things that plants need to grow. So why are the controllers making plant food a bad thing? because a world thick with heavy vegetation all over the place would be a very bad thing. With the impending conflagration fires caused by the electromagnetic plasma changeover event, or EMCO. Next video, part 25I, particulate problem on the flat Earth. Part 25H1, the model on the flat Earth. All right, hey everyone. All right, so I'm going to discuss the model in this video. And by the tab that you guys went into, you're going to understand that I am choosing to go and finish off the Sun series. And here is my logic and reasoning behind that. I went back and I watched a majority of the videos. I watched the Moon series again. I watched the Sun series again and some other ones. But the Sun series has stuff for both type of members. The members that want to survive and the members that just want to learn more about the model. And I'm pretty close to finishing off that. I don't know how many more parts, but it's pretty close to being done. So I'm going to finish off that series, and that will appease everyone. And then when I'm done with that one, I'm going to go on to expansion. Again, the reason why I'm going to do the expansion next is one, because Kimberly is going to be starting up the Master and Controller series on her site, and knowing the model even better on the expansion side of it will help you understand what she's going to be discussing in the Masters and Controllers series. And it has a lot of stuff that will help you with survival when you understand the expansion, and it gets even deeper into the model. And then the last thing I'm going to finish off when I get done with those two series is I'm going to finish off the Moon series. And the Moon series is the one that is the least important right now. And I know a lot of people are going to be bummed about that, but it really is the least important. And after watching the Moon series and watching the Safe Zone series, the Safe Zone series, I went into in depth on the model, and that should have explained. So it was kind of the continuation of the Moon series, because when you understand the model, you understand how our dome and plane works and how theirs works. So yeah, I'll finish off the Moon series to answer some major questions that I've already answered in the Epiphany section and everything else, just to tidy it up and put a bow on it so everybody's really happy. But that's why I'm going to focus in on this video on the model, because I don't think people quite understand what the importance of the model is. And after talking to Kimberly the other day, she was telling me that she didn't, when we first started this, she didn't even know what a model was. So hence, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to explain what a model is and why having the model, you all should be able to fit the puzzle pieces together, because the model is what allows you to do that. So when you have the correct model and you understand how all of the parts work, then you can plug in, so if you have a question about the stars, if you have a question about the moon or anything else, volcanoes or something else, you can plug it into that model and you should be able to get the same result if you understand the model. And that's why, I spent a lot of time discussing it in the Safe Zone series, and I thought it was pretty explanatory, but I'll go into it again here just to make sure that everybody kind of gets the concept of it, because that's the key. The key is not to keep on asking questions about the model. The key is understanding the model, and then you can answer your own questions. Hence the reason why I've been pushing thinking so much. So that just doesn't go with the model, that goes with survival. If you understand the model, then you'll understand the challenges that you're going to face, and you don't need to memorize the order of how everything goes down during the MCO. If you understand the model, you'll know the order, and you'll know all the things and how they can only happen that way because of the model and the way things work. So that's what this is about, and I'm going to try to do my best to explain it so you guys completely understand the importance of the model. Right? When you guys came into this site, it was to get the model. The model was never released on YouTube, and that is what you're trying to get all of your answers or your questions answered from that model. So you don't need me to explain how everything works. You can plug in the questions and you'll get the correct answer. The truth can't be told. It has to be realized. And I want to thank Isha from Nepal that put this in an email or a comment. I believe the comment may have been on in Kimberly's site. And Kimberly had heard this quote before. It sounds very Buddhist. It's probably a Buddhist teaching. I had never heard it before, but when Isha had put this in there, I was like, yes, that's correct. I can't tell you the truth. You have to realize the truth. I can show you the model, but you have to understand and realize how the model works. And when you get that, then you're on the path to understanding everything, because you will be able to answer the questions for yourself because you have realized the truth. So, what is a model? The definition is a three-dimensional representation of a person or thing or of a proposed structure, typically on a smaller scale than the original. So what is the 100% correct working model of everything? Well, it's this. It's a dome within a dome. Lapont's work, when you understand where the things are, how the things relate to each other, and why they're important and how they cause the things that we see in our natural world. It goes beyond Lapont's work because one of the things that you have to understand in the model is electromagnetism, plasma physics, and optics. Optics is a key, especially to the moon and everything that we see in our nighttime sky, and including our daytime sky, because that's optics with a focal point. So when you understand that the plasma tube of light is spiraling, and you understand that the plasma tube of light comes out from the connection of the confinement dome to the flip ring, and if you've watched Lapont's work, you'll understand that that plasma tube of light will come from the flip ring down towards the outside part, towards the top of that dome that it's coming down from. So that's everything in a nutshell. You'll understand where the light comes from, what's generating the light, where the photons are, where the domes are, and that is everything that you need to know to answer your questions as far as how does everything work that you see. Now, some people may interpret the model different than myself, and that is completely fine. Where I believe the moon is in the model as I see it, somebody may see it differently. and they may think it's a different thing. Case in point, I have a member down here in San Diego who sent me a very wonderful email about a month ago, and he said that he had an epiphany where he believed that the dome that we see in the sky that we call the moon is actually our dome. And if that works for him, that's great, because he may be correct. I believe it's different. All right. My interpretation of the model and how it works is different than his. However, it doesn't mean that I didn't see or think the same thing as him years ago when I was looking at this. I looked at it as it was our dome, and it was an optical reflection that we were seeing inside of our dome. Now, I moved past that because I realized everything didn't fit and work properly with that. But it's the fact that he was sitting there and thinking about how it works. And it's a process to get to that realization of how it all works. Understand the model, and you can answer your own questions. That's all I got for this one. The next video in the 25 series will be put up on Friday. Tomorrow we have a member that has drove cross country from New York State that we are going to be meeting with, and we want to give him as much time as we possibly can. So I will do the next video on Friday. All right, thanks guys. Next video, part 25I, particulate problem on the flat earth. Part 25I, particulate problem on the flat earth. Since the last EMCO, red sky to blue sky, clouds have not formed naturally. The natural sky should have always looked like this, a clear blue sky. Natural clouds only form from the plasma arcing during the pre-EMCO and post phases of the Earth cycle. The natural fires from the conflagration during the pre-EMCO and post phases, along with the volcanic ash, were and are the natural ways for getting particulates into the atmosphere for clouds to form in conjunction with the plasma arcing. But the controllers cannot recreate civilization without clouds and fresh water to water crops, livestock, and people. The controllers have to manipulate the weather and create clouds for an efficient means to disperse fresh water. And the storage of said fresh water in the colder regions of the world at elevation in the form of snow and mountains. This provides a steady stream of fresh water from snow melt through the growing season of spring and early summer. For 200 plus years, they, the controllers, have had to artificially create the clouds to create, transport, and store the precipitation and fresh water around the world. Civilization cannot function efficiently without clouds and precipitation. So the controllers were and are forced to saturate the air with particulates. Particulates/pollution is a great thing for civilization during the calm periods between the EMCOs. However, it is a deadly problem during the pre-EMCO and EMCO phases of our natural cycle. Why? Because the byproduct of plasma is water, or H2O. as the controllers have modified the weather and created clouds that are not natural, they have also increased the amount of CO2 or carbon dioxide for plant life to feed on, and have supplied natural vegetation with the fresh water through precipitation, and have created vast areas of forests, jungles, and very thick vegetation or fuel. And if everybody remembers from grade school what plant life and vegetation emits, they emit oxygen. And lots of oxygen, the more vegetation there is. Oxygen is great for us to breathe, but it bonds with hydrogen to form more water and is the other main part for fire. More particulates/pollution equals increases in carbon dioxide or CO2 in the atmosphere and clouds for precipitation. More CO2 and precipitation equals more plant food and fresh water, which equals more plant life and wild vegetation. More plant life equals more oxygen and fuel for conflagration fires. Next video, part 25J, oxygen equals fire and water on the flat earth. Part 25J, oxygen equals fire and water on the flat earth. The best way to predict the future is to create it. Abraham Lincoln. If you create the weather, then it is easy to predict the weather. However, when something else starts to create the natural weather, like the plasma, then the weather becomes unpredictable. For decades now, the controllers have made the evil culprit out to be CO2, carbon dioxide, calling it a greenhouse gas and causing climate change. CO2, or carbon dioxide, is not a greenhouse gas, and it is not causing climate change. The controllers can't ever tell the truth, but they do indirectly tell you what is going on. CO2 leads to increased plant life, which is the real enemy because it creates fuel and oxygen for the conflagration fires. Oxygen is what the controllers are trying to control and limit. Every fire needs these three ingredients: fuel, oxygen, and heat or spark. By demonizing CO2, the controllers can still implement their plan of reducing plant life or fuel and oxygen levels in the atmosphere leading up to the conflagration fires. Because the heat or spark will be provided by the plasma and the sun to ignite the fuel and oxygen. Oxygen creates a twofold problem for the controllers to manage and the population to contend with. The first and main problem is water. So more plant life releasing oxygen into the atmosphere, then there is more oxygen to bond with hydrogen. When the plasma starts its arcing in the atmosphere, it produces its natural byproduct of water, the natural way for precipitation to form on our plane, which means more torrential rains, more hail and greater sizes of hail, which means more flash floods, more floods and standing waters that will rise, and more fields that can't be planted and destroy any remaining crops that were planted. Remember, just because our genetically modified crops can't deal with those conditions and amount of water does not mean other natural vegetation can't. There are all kinds of natural seeds everywhere and plenty of hardy weeds and aquatic plants that will thrive. The second problem with too much oxygen is on the conflagration fire side. More vegetation or plant life means more fuel for the conflagration fires, along with the hotter focal point. Will quickly dry out the plant life and make it highly combustible. And now all you need is the spark, which the plasma provides so efficiently around the plane. And now you have all the key ingredients for the conflagration fires. Let me show you what increased oxygen will do to a fire.
We are breathing. Now let's see what happens to the cigarette and how it burns when we introduce medical grade oxygen. Notice that the cigarette is burning much more quickly. It's burning much faster and hotter than it was on room air that we breathe. You may have noticed the white hot flame that indicates a flame temperature measured in thousands of degrees Fahrenheit. Notice that the article of clothing does not catch on fire very quickly. Please notice how much more rapidly the patient's skin as well as clothing would catch on fire with oxygen used while smoking with oxygen in place. The covering of the pipe cleaner will be his clothing. Let's see what happens when an ember is introduced from one of his cigarettes. The fire was very impressive. However, the fire you just saw was far hotter than a normal oxygen fire. Oxygen-enriched fires burn between 1,500 and 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit, or even more depending on the materials involved. This much heat will cause serious injuries.
Did you catch that note? Oxygen fires burn at 1,500 to 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Oxygen, what the controllers really fear, and for a very good reason. Fire and water. Next video, part 25K, electromagnetism and fire, on the flat Earth. Part 25K, Electromagnetism and Fire on the flat Earth. Refresher. What is plasma exactly? It is just electricity that charges the gases around it. Where does electricity come from? From the living body you live in, or Bob. Or even more specifically, the electrical signals inside of the neuron of its brain. Electricity and electromagnetic radiation can also create fire from water. How do you make fire out of water? By splitting the molecule into its base parts, hydrogen and oxygen. Method number 1, electrolysis. Not going to get heavy into the science behind this. If you want to learn more, look up electrolysis. But you need a power source, direct current. You need an acid-base solution. You need an anode and a cathode. And the particles will split, and one hydrogen will go to one of the rods and oxygen will go to the other rod. Another way is electrolysis with salt water as the solution. You can even do it with a battery in the solution. Bubbles forming are hydrogen and oxygen on the battery connectors. So that's how we get water to split into hydrogen and oxygen.
A portable device that makes fire from water has been developed within a European research project. It doesn't use flammable gases, it produces its own fuel as needed.
This is an electrolyser system we've got here. It's been developed to use a standard mains electricity supply and water. The water is split into hydrogen and oxygen gases and fed into a torch where a flame is produced, which can then be used for brazing or any other industrial application where a flame is used. So it's just using water to make a flame, basically.
Hydrogen and oxygen are recombined at the very tip of the torch, creating a flame that's cooler and much easier to handle than commonly used mixtures of oxygen with propane or acetylene. Hydrogen-based flame is more gentle and cleaner too, because it only produces water when it burns.
So what else does electricity and electromagnetism do? It emits radiation. Not going to get heavy on the science, but it goes from gamma rays, X-rays, ultraviolet, visible light that we see, infrared, microwaves, and radio waves. On the right-hand side are the radio waves. Method number 2, radio waves, or radio frequencies. Electromagnetic radiation, radio waves, also splits the water molecule into hydrogen and oxygen. Look at what this inventor did with electromagnetic radiation, radio waves, salt water, and a spark.
You have enough in there?
His machine could actually burn salt water. John Kansas discovered that his radio frequency generator could release the oxygen and hydrogen from salt water and create an incredibly intense flame.
Just like that. If that was inside a car cylinder, you could see the amount of fire that would be in the cylinder. I can put my hand in here.
Put your hand into the beam, nothing happens. Put in a fluorescent bulb and it lights up immediately. Top engineers have checked out John's amazing invention and they were amazed.
And we saw it go up to 1500 degrees centigrade, the temperature. And it's incredible.
This simple Stirling engine is running with the heat generated by the flames coming off that test tube. The fuel, nothing more than salt water.
This is the most abundant element in the world, water. And salt water is everywhere. And to see it burn actually gives me chills.
So imagine the possibilities. Salt water as the ultimate clean fuel.
So when the electromagnetic radiation gets high enough during the EMCO, the electromagnetic radiation can split salt water into hydrogen and oxygen, releasing copious amounts of those two gases back into the atmosphere. And with the plasma arcing, providing the spark to the highly conductive salt water, the hydrogen gas, which is extremely flammable, will ignite. And I just showed you what increased oxygen does to a fire. Saltwater bodies will ignite and burn at the surface during the EMCO. Revelation 20:14-15, King James Version. And death and hell were cast into the lake of fire. This is the second death. And whosoever was not found written in the book of life was cast into the lake of fire. Just another reason to stay away from the coastlines of the oceans, seas, and salt lakes of the world. Also, stay away from dried up salt flats, which are old dried up salt lakes, because those will refill with the rainwater and become saltwater lakes again. Salt deposits in the United States, salt domes, and rock salt formations. Next video, part 25L, Blu-ray Death Star on the flat Earth. Part 25L, Blu-ray Death Star on the flat Earth. Conditioning, the process of training or accustoming a person or animal to behave in a certain way or to accept certain circumstances.
Some so subtle you might not have even noticed, but your brain did.
What's in a name? Everything. Betamax, 1975. VHS or Video Home System, 1977. Laserdisc, 1978. DVD or Digital Versatile Disc, 1997. Blu-ray, 2006. The name Blu-ray refers to the blue laser, actually a violet laser, but they still call it blue, used to read the disc. Blu-ray 2006. Blu-ray in Iron Man 2008. Blu-ray Transformers 3 2011. Lord of the Rings 3 2003. Transformers 2007. Iron Man 2008. Captain America 2010. Transformers 3 2011. The Avengers 2012. All showing the Blu-ray coming or going to the sky. Endless, non-stop conditioning for the masses through all media.
Some so subtle you might not have even noticed, but your brain did.
Ray. Synonyms: beam, shaft, laser, spotlight. Godzilla, King of the Monsters, 2019. Blue beam. Blu-ray is the same as blue beam, or Project Bluebeam. Project Bluebeam is rubbish, and there will be no holograms in the sky by NASA or anyone else. But it is conditioning.
Some so subtle you might not have even noticed, but your brain did.
Conditioning for what? The real Bluebeam and Blu-ray that will be appearing soon. The Death Star will deliver the Blu-ray or the blue beam. And ignite areas of our plane on fire. Because the Death Star and the Blue Star Kachina are. The focal point of light we call the sun. An image from a scene from the 2016 Star Wars movie Rogue One, made by Disney, the same company that makes the Marvel movies. The original beam from the 1977 Star Wars was bright green. So they, Disney, made it a blue-green color instead. A bluish beam igniting the surface of a planet coming from the Death Star. The Death Star is eclipsing a sun or moving in front of a sun, showing the masses where the beam will come from, the sun, prepping the brain-dead zombie masses, or conditioning.
Some so subtle you might not have even noticed, but your brain did.
Next video, part 25M, color on the flat earth. Part 25M, color on the flat earth. Why is color so important? Because color tells you the temperature of light, or a flame. Harken back to middle school, general science, and the Bunsen burner. The color of the flame tells you the intensity and temperature of said flame, yellow being the coolest and blue being the hottest. The plasma tube of light is tightening due to angular momentum and the increasing electromagnetism and magnetic fields. As the energy to our cell increases for the EMCO, the fields increase and the plasma tube of light is forced to travel in a tighter spiral. The plasma tube of light was wide and has got more narrow. And will continue to get more narrow until it becomes a single highly focused ray of light, or laser-like. As it tightens, it increases in temperature and intensity. 1,000 degrees Kelvin equals 727 degrees Celsius. 1,000 degrees Kelvin equals 1,340 degrees Fahrenheit. The orangish yellow at the left is 1,000 degrees Kelvin. The color changes from left to right, from dark yellow, orangish yellow, to lighter yellow, then lighter yellow, and then white, then bright white, and then blue tints coming in, and then all the way to the right-hand side of the blue light is a temperature difference between 1,000 and 10,000 degrees Kelvin, from yellow light to blue light. Tangent. That is why they have been very subtly changing the light bulbs you buy. Light bulbs of old were yellow light. Then they switched them to white light. And now they're moving to bluish tinted light. So the brain dead zombie masses get used to white light and then blue light, also known as conditioning.
Some so subtle you might not have even noticed, but your brain did.
The yellow sun. Diffuse, cooler. The color of the sun until the early 2000s. The white sun. Less diffuse and hotter. The sun of today. The blue sun. Extremely narrow and mega hot. The most important sign of the EMCO. Here, let me show you what an extremely narrow beam of blue light, or laser, can do. if 10,000 degrees Kelvin has you worried, from just an extremely narrow ray of blue light, see what happens when you add a lens.
Okay, so you can see it's kind of a line of light now. And it's kind of burning the background here. Now let's see what happens if I stick my lens in front of it. Whoa, I can make it a tiny point, and it easily burns the background now. So you can see the smoke coming off of it. It's slightly burning the background here, but then as soon as I put my lens in there, I can focus it down to a tiny little point. And it immediately burns whatever's around it. So you can see that it kind of starts to burn the wood here. It takes a while for it to burn. Have to leave it there for a bit because it's far away across the room. But now watch what happens when I focus it down. It pretty much immediately burns and starts on fire. It's awesome. It essentially just etches into the wood immediately. And you can see that this happens even more powerful than if I had the laser just right up next to it. You can see that I still have to leave it there for a bit to even start burning. So it seems as though I get my highest temperature when I put my laser really far away, essentially so that I get that little tiny laser slit to a single point because I place it far away. And so that all of the light coming from the laser is now focused into a very, very tiny point. And so all of the energy from the laser can be focused to a small point due to the magnifying glass. And so you can even get a higher temperature than if you just placed your laser directly on the thing you were trying to burn.
Do you see the focal point converging from a lens in the Death Star now? Or conditioning?
Some so subtle you might not have even noticed, but your brain did.
Don't forget, we have two lenses above us, the ice dome and the waters above. The magnification of light and heat through optics. And now you know why I said the plasma and the sun to ignite in part 25J. Next video, part 25N, plasma tube of light on the flat Earth. Part 25N, the plasma tube of light on the flat Earth. The plasma tube of light spiraling to a highly focused point of blue light at the focal point. Easy sign to see, right? Nope. The blue sky conceals the color change of the focal point due to the backdrop being the blue waters above, and the extreme brightness of the focal point makes it nearly impossible to look at the direction of the sun without heavily shaded lenses, which distorts the color you see. Isaiah 30:26, King James Version. Moreover, the light of the moon shall be as the light of the sun, and the light of the sun shall be sevenfold, as the light of 7 days, in the day that the Lord bindeth up the breach of his people, and healeth the stroke of their wound. Since the early signs of the blue sun are nearly impossible to see, the only other way to know is by the position of the sun. That is why solstices are so important and why they were so important to the ancients. As long as the sun stays within its set parameters between summer and winter solstices, the EMCO cannot happen. There are only two ways the EMCO can happen. Number one, the plasma tube of light expanding outward to the far outside of the plane, to the southern ring, or the flip ring, red sky to blue sky. Number two, the plasma tube of light tightening inwards to the center axis on the plane at the North Pole, blue sky to red sky. Does the blue sky to red sky plasma tube of light inward movement happen at the beginning of Hell Week? No. At the prior summer solstice, when the sun continues to head north at summer solstice, then the real shortening of the days begins. The Christmas tree, the symbol for the tightening of the plasma tube of light towards the North Pole. We decorate the tree with strings of lights that represent the plasma tube of light tightening. And spiraling into the center and becoming a star. Hiding it in plain sight through symbolism. Preparing those who have eyes to see and ears to hear, or conditioning.
Some so subtle you might not have even noticed, but your brain did.
And now you know why they, the controllers, call our sun a star. Because it turns into one. Thinking. Rebecca Young is thinking. This was a comment after my last video on Mia's site, about midway down on the paragraph. My guess is it is spiraling northward, but how fast? Does it eventually become the star on top of the planetary Christmas tree? Will it line up with the North Star Polaris before the event, like the sky creating the monolith from 2001 Space Odyssey? Will it reset a higher northern path for a season and then fall back south for the next season? Can this be measured? This is why I pushed thinking so hard. I had to be very careful and measured with what I disclosed on YouTube, or I would have been shut down or worse. But with you thinking, you could get the correct answers without me telling you directly. Next video, part 25-0, shortening of the days on the flat earth. Part 25.0, the shortening of days on the flat Earth. There are two signs for the shortening of days. Number one, due to tightening and speeding up of the plasma tube of light, the 24-hour day is shorter. The total length of one revolution on the plane of the sun focal point is less than 24 hours. Watch time for this sign. Number two, due to the focusing and narrowing of the focal point sun light. The total surface area of the plane that receives sunlight is becoming less or decreasing. Just like in this demonstration, the floodlight will decrease into a spotlight and eventually even get down into a fine point of light. So remember, the yin equals the night. The yang equals the daylight. So the dark night or non-illuminated yin side increases. And the sunny daylight or illuminated yang side decreases. Which means the daylight from sunrise to sunset becomes smaller or shortens. The actual time of the daylight will shorten or decreases due to the focusing of the focal point sun light. So here is the process. As the sun focal point continues to go north, after summer solstice, and continues to move north, the sun focal point is at the Tropic of Cancer at summer solstice, the second red line from the top. The sun focal point must now travel from the Tropic of Cancer to the North Pole. Every revolution losing more daylight and gaining more nighttime. At some point, the blue sun will be seen with the dark night sky closing inward toward the sun. The dark, starlit sky will slowly become the backdrop for the night and the daytime sky. The blue sun will become visible due to the dark backdrop and becomes the blue star, a star seen in the daytime or day star. 2 Peter 1:19, King James Version. We have also a more sure word of prophecy, whereunto ye do well that ye take heed, as unto a light that shineth in a dark place, until the day dawn, and the day star arise in your hearts. Or as the Hopi described it, the blue star Kachina. And now the bad news. The daylight or sunlight will eventually get so focused and hot. It will incinerate anything beneath its ray as it moves northward to the center axis or North Pole, igniting anything combustible. All of the cities, forests, oil and gas fields, saltwater bodies, and all of the newly released and highly combustible methane gases in the north. All of the permafrost will have melted and released its methane stores. And the Arctic Ocean will have grown warm enough to release all of its methane also. The entire region from the Arctic Circle to the North Pole will go kaboom. The cork holding in the pressure is now popped. And the pressure releases. The EMCO starts. Expansion begins for the growth of the cell you live on. If you haven't noticed yet at how perfectly everything ties together, everything has a function to play in the life cycle of every cell. Next video, part 25P, distance and time on the flat Earth. Part 25P, distance and time on the flat Earth. The time in hours and minutes does not matter in the context of the sun focal point spiraling inwards or outwards. How many revolutions are made or a day is what is important for the timetable of events. Counting the days is what is important, not the hours in the day. So how many times the sun focal point traverses or passes over, wink, the sky above you. North Pole to Arctic Circle, 1,650 miles. Arctic Circle to Tropic of Cancer, 2,967 miles. Tropic of Cancer to Equator, 1,622 miles. Tropic to Tropic, 3,244 miles. Tropic of Cancer to North Pole, 4,617 miles. If the sun focal point continues to move north at summer solstice, how much time in days before the sun focal point reaches the North Pole? Let's start by what we know. How fast does the sun focal point travel along the plane? The sun focal point will be spiraling into the center of the plane, or to the North Pole. From solstice to solstice, it takes the sun focal point 6 months to travel from the Tropic of Cancer to Capricorn, or vice versa. The distance from tropic to tropic is 3,244 miles. So the sun focal point travels 3,244 miles in a 6-month period. 365.25 days in a year. Divide by 2 equals 182.625 days from tropic to tropic. (3,244 miles divided by 182.625 days equals 17.7632 miles per day. At summer solstice, the sun focal point is at the Tropic of Cancer and then begins its northward inward spiral to the North Pole. The distance from the Tropic of Cancer to the North Pole is 4,617 miles. 4,617 miles divided by 17.7632 miles a day equals 259.9194 days, or rounded up 260 days. Summer solstice is June 20th in 2020. June 20th, 2020, next summer solstice. 260 days from that date is March 7th, 2021. That's when the sun will reach the center point at the North Pole. So you can see you will have plenty of time once you see the early sign of the sun going outside of its normal parameters to get to your location well ahead of the brain-dead zombie masses. Now some good news. It is not going to happen this Christmas. The sun focal point is moving south, which is within its normal parameters and movement. Next video, part 25P. Just in case I am wrong on the flat earth. Part 25Q. Just in case I am wrong on the flat earth. Preface. When you understand how your world works completely, you understand the truth can never be revealed to the masses. Kimberly and I have known that since the beginning. No delusions here. Me starting up the Sun series again and her starting the Masters and Controller series has put us on very thin ice. We pissed off a lot of very powerful people, and they have set the border collies loose on us. We plan on doing a video soon on how they are making our lives nearly impossible to carry on in the blue sky system. We don't give a shit what they continue to do to us. They have really pissed both of us off, and we are not going down without a fight, and we will have the last word. Watch the sun position on winter solstice just to make sure I am correct. If I have it backwards and blue sky to red sky is the sun focal point going outwards towards the flip ring or the South Antarctic ring, then winter solstice would be the date that the sun focal point would continue to move south. The distance from the Tropic of Capricorn to the Antarctic Ring is the same as Cancer to the North Pole, 4,617 miles. The number of days would be the same as in the other EMCO scenario, 260 days. Remember, winter solstice, then 3 days of no movement of the sun's position. Then on Christmas Day, it begins to move again to begin its long, slow 260-day outward movement to the South Antarctic Ring, or flip ring. So starting the 260 days at Christmas, what a coincidence, or as I like to say, what a coinkadink. Nine 11. December 25th, Christmas Day, plus 260 days, the time it takes for the sun to travel to its furthest point out south is 260 days. And that lands you right on 9/11. Yep, 9/11. And now you know why the ritual sacrifice on 9/11/2001 and all of the 9/11 coding. You're welcome. I have a gift of seeing things others can never see. Next video, part 25R, 9/11 on the flat earth. Part 25R, 9/11 on the flat earth. Appearances can be deceiving. A picture is worth 1,000 words. World Trade Center complex, 7 buildings, completed in 1973. Height, World Trade Center 1, 1,368 feet. World Trade Center 2, 1,362 feet. Stories, 110. 10 million square feet of office space. 50,000 workers. Empty space. One World Trade Center, or Freedom Tower, erected in the same location as the Twin Towers. Completed November 3rd, 2014. Height 1776 feet. Stories 104. 3.5 million square feet of office space. 20,000 workers. Empty space. The Twin Towers were just radio transmitters, dressed up as skyscrapers to deceive the public. No different than the Eiffel Tower, just a good old radio transmitter with different decks for tourists. Radio transmitters, used for communication and the Twin Tower buildings, used for a different type of communication. Symbolism. Symbolism. Noun. The practice of representing things by symbols. Symbol. Noun. Something used for or regarded as representing something else. A material object representing something immaterial. Just really big transmitters, all dressed up for their planned ritual. Radio transmitters built on Radio Row in New York City. A symbol for communication for the world to see. Why destroy the twin radio transmitter towers in a ritual? It's all about the symbolism. Two towers. Into one tower. After their planned ritual via a controlled demolition, in memorial, they erected the twin blue beams or blue rays of light. The two blue beams crossing to form one light. What did the twin towers the destruction by terror and the two pillars of light represent? The sun and moon, of course, or off course. The twin towers or twin pillars in masonry. One pillar with the sun over it, the other pillar with the moon over it. Next video, part 25S. Off course on the flat earth. Part 25S. Off course on the flat earth. In case of emergency, call 911 or 911. For all of the international members, in America, we dial 911 or 911 for emergencies, a system set up in 1968 for first responders. The controllers chose 9/11 as their code or symbol for Emergence E, one of the dates of the reoccurring cataclysm, or EMCO. The members in their club all know the coding and symbolism. And instead of using a phone to call all their members, they used this, their coded 9/11 Emergence E call on 9/11/2001 for all their members to see worldwide. What was their message they were conveying to their members? The Twin Towers represented the fixed paths or revolutions of the sun and moon, unchanging, symbolizing or saying all is fine and nothing to worry about, while the twins, sun and moon, are fixed in their paths or revolutions. The destruction of the Twin Towers on 9/11 said the paths or revolutions are no longer fixed. And the twin lights representing the sun and moon and their paths or revolutions have moved off course. The earliest sign to detect the EMCO will occur. The controllers know how important it is to watch the signs in heaven, the sun, moon, stars, and sky. They detected the change in paths or revolutions of the sun and moon prior to 9/11/2001 and used the terror attack as the starting gun to implement their plans for the coming cataclysm, or EMCO. In case of emergency, call 911 or 911. Emergency or emergence. Emergence, noun. The process of coming into view or becoming exposed after being concealed. Their call to their fellow members to start preparations for the impending terror to come. A call almost 20 years ago. We had 20 years to prepare. So did they. They, meaning you, the slaves. Independence Day. Resurgence. Resurgence, noun. An increase or revival after a period of little activity, popularity, or occurrence. Synonyms: renewal, revival, recovery, rally, upturn, comeback, reinvigoration, reawakening, resurrection, reappearance, re-emergence, rejuvenation, regeneration, new birth, rebirth, renaissance, new dawn, new beginning. Independence Day resurgence. Words have meaning for a reason. Next video, Part 25T, Independence and Revolution on the Flat Earth. Part 25T, Independence and Revolution on the Flat Earth. How do the controllers hide the true history of the MCOs? Through plagues, wars, rebellions, and revolutions. Example, a 7-year-long revolutionary war. Or the Revolutionary War of the Sun. Revolution, noun, late 14th century, originally of celestial bodies, from Old French revolution. Course, revolution, of celestial bodies, 13th century, Latin, revolvere, turn, roll back. The sun turns or rolls back in its path or revolution from solstice to solstice, its dependent parameters or set order. Dependent, adjective, determined or conditioned by another. Independent, adjective, not dependent on something else. In, meaning not or opposite of. For independence to occur, the sun must break its dependence on its set order, or parameters. Cancer to Capricorn. Independence Day, the day the sun leaves its dependency behind and rebels or revolts, and ushers in chaos, disorder, and war. And the rebellion, war, disorder, or chaos will continue until the sun re-establishes its revolution or its set parameters from Capricorn to Cancer, or the New World Order, order out of chaos. The Revolutionary War, revolutionary order of the sun to disorder and chaos, back to a revolutionary order. The coding and symbolism is in how they, the controllers, name or describe things. Now the coding within the Revolutionary War itself. Coat, verb, to cover or spread with a finishing, protecting, or enclosing layer. Or an enclosing layer like the sky and waters above. Where the blue coats or the blue sky defeated the red coats. Or the red sky. The Holy Grail enables you to see and hear the codes. All of the answers are in the coding and symbolism. Next video, part 25U, time versus days on the flat earth. Part 25U, time versus days on the flat earth. Do not confuse time in hours and minutes with days. A day is a measure of distance, not time. Take a racetrack and it representing one revolution of the sun or one day. One lap around the racetrack or the distance traveled is what a lap is measuring. The car or sun has to travel around the track 260 times, or the total distance traveled to finish the race. The speed the car travels does not matter in the context of finishing the race or the 260 laps. A fast blue car will only finish the race faster. But it has to complete the distance of 260 laps, regardless of its speed or time, to finish the race. Whereas a slow red bus will take longer to finish the 260 laps. But in either vehicle, it has to complete the total distance of 260 laps to finish. The time it takes to complete the total distance of 260 laps only matters on who gets to the finish line first. Regardless, if the fast blue car finishes the race in 1 hour and the slow red bus in 10 hours, they both have to travel the total distance of the 260 laps to finish the race. To sum up, the speed of the car or sun is measured in time, hours and minutes. The length of the day, or one revolution of the sun, or lap, is measured in distance traveled. The car or sun must travel the total distance of 260 laps or revolutions to finish the race, regardless of the time it took to finish. Next video, part 25V, length of a circle on the flat earth. Part 25V, length in a circle on the flat earth. Take a running racetrack. The lanes for a lap are not equal. The inside lane is a shorter distance than the outside lane. So they will stagger the runners at the start to make up for the difference in length of the lanes for a lap. Starting on the inside lane of the track, if you are traveling in a spiral to get to the center of the stadium, the total distance that needs to be traveled is less. Conversely, starting on the outside lane of the track, if you are traveling in a spiral to get to the outside of the stadium, the total distance that needs to be traveled is greater. What is the difference between distances of going to the center, North Pole, of a circle or to the outside of a circle, South Antarctic flip ring? Bet you wish you paid attention in geometry and trigonometry right about now. Good thing y'all found me. The answer is in the Bible. Read me. Traveling in a spiral outward from the outside lane or the Tropic of Capricorn to the South Antarctic flip ring. Time, times, and half time. Traveling in a spiral inward from the inside lane or the Tropic of Cancer to the North Pole at the center. The inverse of time, times, and half time. Inverse, noun, something that is the opposite or reverse of something else. Yeah, the coding right in your face. The flag of the English, or Anglos, or Angles, or Angels, the Union Jack. I told you I was going to make you think. Next video, part 25W, the two suns on the flat earth. Part 25W, the two suns on the flat earth. As above, so below. Let's start by clarifying the two different types of MCOs. First, the blue sky and blue sun MCO. Sun focal point in blue sky to red sky MCO equals sun focal point at Tropic of Cancer moving inward or north to center/North Pole. We'll call this inward EMCO Cancer. Cancer EMCO, shorter time in total hours. But the sun focal point still has to revolve the 260 laps, or days. Cancer EMCO equals sun/focal point, small, fast, blue car. Or a shrinking, tightening, small, fast, hotter, blue neutron star in their model. Cancer EMCO, shrinking, blue, sun, focal point. Our current blue sky, sun focal point in our dome. Second, the red sky and red sun, EMCO. Sun focal point in red sky to blue sky, EMCO, equals sun/focal point at Tropic of Capricorn moving outwards or south to the Antarctic flip ring. We'll call this outward EMCO Capricorn. Capricorn EMCO, longer time in total hours. But the sun/focal point still has to revolve the 260 laps, or days. Capricorn EMCO equals sun/focal point, large, slow, red bus. Or a growing, widening, large, slow, cooler, red giant star in their model. Capricorn EMCO equals growing, red, sun/focal point. Or Nibiru, the destroyer. Not a rogue planet, but a sun/focal point cooling, slowing, and moving outwards. Where is the expanding, growing, giant red sun, or Nibiru, the destroyer? The current red sky, sun/focal point, in the dome below us. Our brethren of the other half of the sphere we live in, opposite of us. Our world, blue sky on the top. Their world, below us, red sky on the bottom. Our dome, Cancer EMCO. The dome below us, Capricorn EMCO. After the coming EMCO, it will flip. Our dome will become red sky. The dome below, the blue sky. As above, so below. Every Capricorn EMCO will begin with the Nibiru red giant sun / focal point. Conversely, every Cancer MCO will begin with the blue star sun / focal point.
I have something to say. It's better to burn out than to fade away.
Next video, part 25X, Death of a Sun on the Flat Earth. Part 25X, Death of a Sun on the Flat Earth. How do you filter and weed through all the controllers, lies, and see the truth? By listening to their coded messages. They communicate amongst themselves through media. April 10th, 2019, they, the controllers, had this infrared image of the first, quote, black hole, end quote, image ever captured on every media outlet for days. What was the message they were conveying? The death of a sun. Let's see what they say in their model and then filter through all their BS to see the message. A black hole, the end of the life cycle of a star or sun. A red giant star / sun continues to grow and becomes a super red giant star / sun and explodes as a supernova. Then it collapses into a black hole and no light can escape. Red giant sun to super red giant sun to massive explosion in the form of a supernova to a black hole that emits no light. Or the coding, a red sun expanding and growing until it explodes, and then darkness. So why the coded message that bombarded all the media about the first ever, quote, black hole, end quote, image ever captured? A confirmation of their cataclysm and timeline. A message for all their members to see. The Capricorn MCO. Wink. Next video, part 25Y. Two sides to every coin on the flat earth. Part 25Y. Two sides to every coin on the flat earth. First off, I would like to apologize to all the actual hyenas. I just needed a representation for the metaphor. But Brian, why are they coding for the Capricorn MCO if we're going into the Cancer MCO? Because it is the only thing the controllers know and remember. The controllers are preparing for the last, quote, war, end quote, they fought. The last cataclysm that wiped out society. The Capricorn MCO. However, the masters are preparing for the next, quote, war, end quote. The masters know that every coin or disc has two sides. But the controllers only know of one side of the coin or disc. Or only one side of the medallion.
I can't figure out how Bellick did it. Where do you get a copy of the headpiece? There are no pictures, no duplicates of it anywhere.
I tell you only what I saw with my own eyes. A headpiece like that one, except round the edges, which were rougher. In the center, the Frenchman had embedded a crystal, and surrounding the crystal, on one side, there were raised markings, just like that one.
They made the calculations in the map room?
This morning. Willock and the boss German, Dietrich. When they came out of the map room, they gave us a new spot in which to dig. Out, away from the camp.
The Well of the Souls, huh?
Come, look here, look. Sit down. Come, sit down.
What is it?
This is a warning not to disturb the Ark of the Covenant.
What about the height of the staff, though? Did Bellick get it off of here?
Yes, it is here. This was the old way. This means 6 kadam high.
About 72 inches.
Wait! And take back 1 kadam to honor the Hebrew God whose ark this is.
You said their headpiece only had markings on one side. Are you absolutely sure? Bellock's staff is too long.
They're digging in the wrong place. I am the monarch of the sea. I am the ruler of the... Bad dates.
The controllers have been preparing for the wrong MCO. For 18 years, they have been preparing for the Capricorn MCO, or the last, quote, war, end quote, they fought. The controllers are digging in the wrong place. And in turn, have the wrong or poisoned, quote, date, end quote. The controllers, or the monkey in the suit that betrayed the people, dies because of the wrong, quote, date, end quote, that was poisoned by the one-eyed man. The Capricorn MCO coding, the wrong code for the controllers. The Cancer MCO coding, the code within the code, or opposite and correct coding for the masters. The incorrect message for their controller minions, and the correct opposite message for the master's coding. The quote black hole, end quote, coding, a dual message and a double cross. Next video, part 25Z, the double cross on the flat earth. Part 25Z, double cross on the flat earth. Matthew 19:23-24, King James Version. Then said Jesus unto his disciples, Verily I say unto you, that a rich man shall hardly enter into the kingdom of heaven. And again I say unto you, it is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter into the kingdom of God. The master, or the king. The controllers. So why the double cross? The masters fear and use the controllers. Just like the controllers fear and use us. The king would never share its kill or share its secrets with the scavengers. The masters deplore the controllers and don't trust them. Controllers are the worst because they have no loyalty, even to their own kind. Yes, he is eating his own. The masters will make sure none of the controllers make it through the MCO. Eliminating the only real competition and threat to the master's power after the chaos ensues. And the controller's purpose will have been fulfilled prior to the MCO taking place. No more control needed in the red sky, and even the king must rest. When the masters need to implement their control again, The controllers will be easy to find and recruit in the next blue sky. Because the masters understand human behavior. Lust, gluttony, greed, sloth, wrath, envy, and pride. The 7 deadly sins that the masters use to manipulate humans into becoming the new controllers. And keeping the rest of the ignorant population as slaves. Next video, part 25AA, multiple meanings on the flat earth. Next part will be made public soon. Membership to my private site is open for a limited time. See instructions on my homepage to become a member. Note, cost of membership will be increasing significantly soon. Donations welcome. Pay via PayPal to my email address. Make sure email is correct. brian.lambert33@gmail.com. All monies donated count toward the cost of membership. Part 25AA. You all wanted the truth on the flat earth. The truth is not an easy thing to live with. Disclaimer. What I am about to tell you in the rest of the Sun series will be very upsetting. If you think you cannot handle the new information, then please do not proceed any further. So now that you have continued to watch, remember, you are grown-ass adults. Act like it. You are the only chance for your loved ones. Man up. You wanted the truth. Now learn the rest and get your shit together and fight for your survival. I have tried to slowly prepare you for the ultimate realization of the MCO. I now have to get into the total duration of the MCO and all that entails. All of you will have to get to acceptance quickly. Life has been extremely easy to the vast majority of the population in our modern world. Well, what life giveth, life will taketh away. There are 2 sides to every coin, and balance must be achieved. If you have good, you must have bad. And if you have had it extremely easy, you will have to face the extremely hard. Everything is about sun worship, and I mean everything. But of course it is, because it is the one source of heat and hence life that we have. When you understand that the sun/focal point is not constant and never changing, then you can truly grasp the trials you will have to endure. Life is a test, and a grueling test at that. No one will escape the ultimate test. Your character is what will determine if you pass or fail, and your soul is what is at stake. You all know the date now. The test has begun. Part 25AB. The race between the 2 suns on the flat earth. So what happened last year over Christmas and New Year's of 2018 and 19? The starting gun for the race went off, and the race began in December of 2018. The EMCO officially started. Not the pre-EMCO, but the actual EMCO. The race is between the two suns, our sun on our plane and the sun in the world below us, the red sky sun, or Nibiru. However, in this race, the start time is not at the same time because the two suns have to finish at the exact same time. A photo finish, a dead heat, a draw, a tie. The only way for the slower tortoise to finish the race at the exact same time as the faster hare is for the tortoise to leave way earlier than the hare. The outer lane, or the Capricorn EMCO sun, has to move outward towards the very outer ring of the plane, a much greater distance to travel. The inner lane, or the Cancer EMCO sun, has to move inward towards the very center of the plane, a much shorter distance to travel. Remember, both suns have to complete the 260 laps in order to finish the race. So for that to happen, the slower one has to start way earlier than the faster one. The big, slow, red bus. Or the growing, cooling, red giant sun, aka Nibiru, will take longer to complete the 260 laps, so it will have to start first. The small, fast, blue car. Or the shrinking, hotter, blue sun will be quicker to complete the 260 laps, so it must start last or later. So in December of 2018, the race began with the sun on the plane below us breaking its southern/Capricorn limit. So their sun is making its very slow journey to its outer ring. The inhabitants of that world know their EMCO has started, and I'm sure chaos abounds on their plane. So what is the difference in speed, and hence time, between the two suns? Capricorn EMCO equals time times and half time. Cancer EMCO equals the inverse. Next video, part 25 AC, time times and half time on the flat earth. Part 25 AC, time times and half time on the flat earth. What is time times and half time? Time equals 1, times equals 2, half time equals half. 1 plus 2 plus half, total equals 3.5. 260 is the value for time. 260 multiplied by 3.5 equals 910. 910, or 1 shy of 9/11. I can't make this shit up. Again, their sun on the plane below us must make 260 revolutions, or days. So their sun will traverse their sky 260 times. But the actual time it will take is 910 24-hour periods, or 910 24-hour periods divided by 365.25 24-hour periods in a year, which equals 2.4914 years. So in the plane below us, their sun is moving outward towards their southern outer ring. It will take 2.5 years in total time, or the lengthening of the days. But their sun will only traverse their sky 260 revolutions, or days, in those 2.5 years. Next video, part 25 AD, the inverse on the flat earth. Part 25 AD, the inverse on the flat earth. What is the inverse of time, times, and halftime? Time equals 1, times equals 2, halftime equals a half. 1 plus 2 plus a half equals 3.5. 3.5 equals 7/2. The inverse equals 2/7, or 0.28571429. $260 is the value for time. 260 multiplied by 0.28571429 equals 74.285714, or 74.28 24-hour periods. Again, our sun must make 260 revolutions, or days. So our sun will traverse our sky 260 times. But the actual time it will take is 74.28 24-hour periods, or about 2.5 months in real time, or 24-hour periods. So when our sun starts to move north after breaking its Cancer limit, it will take the sun 2.5 months, or 74.28 24-hour periods, the shortening of the days, to reach the North Pole at the center of our plane, or the finish line. To sum up, red sky suns equals Capricorn MCOs, 260 revolutions of the sun across the sky. Formula to calculate total time equals time, times, and halftime equals 3.5, or 7/2. Sun starts race first equals 2.5 years, or 910 24-hour periods to complete race to southern outer ring, its finish line. Blue sky suns equals Cancer MCOs, 260 revolutions of the sun across the sky. Formula to calculate total time equals the inverse of time, times, and halftime equals 2/7, or 0.28571429. Sun starts race last equals 2.5 months, or 74.28 24-hour periods to complete race to North Pole, or the center of the plane, its finish line. Next video, part 25AE, Christmas on the Flat Earth. Part 25AE, Christmas on the Flat Earth. Part 25AE, Christmas on the Flat Earth. The details you need to know about Christmas is here on the site, not what was on YouTube. In this video, I'm only talking about our blue sky sun on our plane and the EMCO that is about ready to occur. Winter solstice, Christmas, New Year's, and Epiphany is the exact same event as the 4th of July. For the people going through the EMCOs, there are two different timekeeping methods or ways to track time. One, by counting the revolutions of the sun. Two, by using the 24-hour timekeeping method via clock or watch. The winter holidays are by the timekeeping method of revolutions of the sun, or counting the 260 times the sun traverses the sky, or about 8.5 months. So on their calendars, the events happen 8.5 months after the breaking of the Cancer limit by the sun. The 4th of July is by the timekeeping method of 24-hour periods, or by clock or watch, or 74 24-hour periods, or 2.5 months of actual time. So on their calendars, the events happen 2.5 months after the breaking of the Cancer limit by the sun. Let this one process for a while. Winter solstice / Christmas / New Year's / Epiphany is the exact same event as the 4th of July, just recorded and worshipped on different dates on our calendar because of the two different methods of recording time up until the event happens. Next video, part 25 AF, Easter on the Flat Earth. Part 25 AF, Easter on the Flat Earth. So what is Easter? Easter, or Resurrection Sunday, is a festival and holiday commemorating the resurrection of Jesus from the dead, described in the New Testament as having occurred on the 3rd day after his burial, following his crucifixion. Then the next logical question is, who or what is Jesus? Personification. Noun. The attribution of a personal nature or human characteristics to something non-human, or the representation of an abstract quality in human form. The personification of the sun, S-U-N. The sun, S-O-N, is the sun, S-U-N. Remember, all vowels are interchangeable. The sun, S-O-N, or sun, S-U-N, that always rises in the east. Hence why you get the term Easter, out of the east. Again, everything is about sun worship, the one and only heat or light source for our plane. Do not confuse what I am saying. There was a man named Jesus, but the controllers took his story and personified it into the story of our sun. So what is Easter really symbolizing? The crucifixion and death of the Son, S-O-N, or Son, S-U-N, buried or hidden from sight, or not seen for 3 days, then resurrects on the third day. Crucifixion equals crux equals cross. The cross equals the crossing. The crossing equals the Cancer-MCO limit. The Cancer-MCO limit equals summer solstice. The summer solstice is not a date. I'm going to repeat that one. The summer solstice is not a date. It is the position of the sun at the furthest northern position at the Tropic of Cancer. Due to the shortening of days prior to the sun breaking its Cancer limit or the crossing, the sun will be increasing in speed. The revolutions will be diverging from actual time or the 24-hour periods. So Easter is the coding for when the sun will cross the Cancer limit. And our blue sky sun will begin its 260 revolutions to the North Pole. Due to the shortening of days, Easter is the summer solstice in the final year and is the starting point for our blue sky, blue sun, Cancer, MCO. Next video, part 25AG, the finish line on the flat Earth. Part 25AG, the finish line on the flat Earth. In this process of finding the truth, you have to ask the correct question to get the correct answer. So, how do I know that the finish line is at the exact same time for both our blue sun and the red sun below us? Because both plasma tubes of light are derived from the same source of electricity. So the pulse, or the expanding and contracting of the plasma tube of light, which gives us our year or one full pulse, is the same for both suns. Which also means the spiral that gives us our days is also the same, just moving in opposite directions. The finish line is the exact moment the electricity reverses or changes directions for both suns. Because we, or the blue sun, start the race last. If you know when the finish line is, then you can get our correct starting date for our Cancer EMCO. Part 25AH, a word of warning on the flat earth. There are secrets that can never get out to the public. Ever. Easter is one of those secrets, along with the year of the EMCO. If you have been watching Kimberly's amazing video series on the masters and controllers, you are starting to understand the real world in which you live. The forces that rule this world are no joke, and you should have a very healthy respect for them. I have rules on my site for a reason, to protect all involved in the site. The information you are now learning can get one in a great deal of trouble if one was to try to put out publicly. If you don't heed my warning, the consequences will be dire, and I am not talking about from me. Keep your mouth shut and do not talk about anything from this site. I know what I can say publicly. You don't. Next video, part 25 AI. The start date on the flat earth. Part 25 AI. The start date on the flat earth. The members from both of our sites from the beginning should already know what happened to kick off the race or the start date. Winter solstice on 12/21/2018. The sun was in the correct position and held for 3 days. But on Christmas of 2018, our sun continued to move south when it should have moved back north. It had never done that before, while me watching the solstice for 5 years. The breaking of the Capricorn limit by our sun and then coming back north signified the pulse or tropic limit was altered, meaning the red sky sun below us continued to move south on their plane, breaking its Capricorn limit and officially starting the EMCO race. So the tortoise, or the big slow bus, or the red sky sun, started its outward journey from its Capricorn limit to its southern ring. Giving us the start date of 12/25/2018. Next video, part 25AJ, the lengthening of days on the flat earth. Part 25AJ, the lengthening of days on the flat earth. In the red sky plain below us, the red sky sun broke or crossed their Capricorn limit, officially starting the EMCO race, beginning on Christmas or 12/25/2018, marking the beginning of the diverging of the two different methods to record time, or their lengthening of days. Timekeeping method number 1, by counting the revolutions of their sun. Remember, their red sky sun must traverse their sky or revolve around their plane 260 times, from the Capricorn limit to their finish line at the southern outer ring. The people recording or tracking time via the revolutions of their sun. The start date equals Christmas 12/25/2018. Then add the 260 revolutions equals Nine 11/2019. Due to the lengthening of their days, by counting their sun's revolutions on their calendars, they are still in 2019. Timekeeping method number 2. Actual time. 24-hour periods by clock or watch. So the actual time in 24-hour periods that it takes their sun to traverse the total distance of their plane from their Tropic of Capricorn to their southern outer ring or their finish line is 910 24-hour periods. The people recording or tracking time via the 24-hour periods of actual time. The start date equals Christmas, 12/25/2018. Then add the 910 24-hour periods. 6/22/2021. June 22nd, 2021. June 22nd, 2021. The date and actual time that their red sky sun reaches the finish line. The date that our blue sky sun must also reach its finish line. The date in which the electricity stops and changes directions. Next video, part 25AK. Our crossing date on the flat Earth. Part 25AK. Our crossing date on the flat Earth. Now it becomes easy to figure out the date of Easter, or the crossing date. Because both suns have to finish the race at the exact same time, our end date is also 6/22/2021. Take the red sky sun actual time end date of 6/22/2021 and subtract 74, our actual time in 24-hour periods. So 6/22/2021 minus 74 days is Friday, the 9th of April, 2021. Remember, Easter is not a date. It is the day when the sun crosses Cancer, or the summer solstice in the final year. So April 9th, or 4/9/2021, is the date that the sun will cross Cancer. Now you know why on the date reveal video I said to be out to your safe location by the month of March of 2021, or 2021. So how does Christmas fit into all of this? By the timekeeping method of our sun's 260 revolutions across the sky. Crossing date of 4/9/2021 plus 260 equals 12/25/2021, or Christmas Day. So our sun crosses the Cancer limit on 4/9/2021, or Easter, the true summer solstice in the final year, or 2021. If you record time by our sun's revolutions, or 260 times across the sky, the finish line or end date will be on Christmas, or 12/25/2021, on our calendar. If you record time by 24-hour periods, the end date or the finish line will be on 6/22/2021, on our calendar. Brian, you're a jackass, a moron, an imbecile. You've been saying all this stuff about the American Revolutionary War, the American Day of Independence, the 4th of July, that date of 6/22/2021 doesn't land on July 4th of 2021. Correct. Because July 4th is not about the date on the calendar, but rather the coding within the date. Or, written another way, 7/4/1776, or 74 and 1776. 74 equals blue sun revolutions after crossing. 74 multiplied by 24-hour periods equals 1776 hours. 1776, or 17.76, the speed of the sun in miles per day. Next video, part 25AL. 20 years on the flat earth. Part 25AL. 20 years on the flat earth. The emergency call of 911. However, they say it in the context of the attacks on September 11th, 2001 as 9/11. So why do they refer to it as 9/11? Because of the coding. Nine plus 1 plus 1 equals 11. But 9 plus 11 equals 20, or the number of years before the start of our blue sky EMCO. 2001 plus 20 equals 2021. The year code was in the 9/11 coding. So the ones in the know were given the time frame of 20 years back in 2001 and have known to prepare for the year 2021. We had 20 years to prepare, so did they. Independence Day resurgence. So, where else have they coded for the year 2021? Yes, of course, Agenda 21 or 2021. They use multiple confirmation methods of their codes, and the $20 bill was also just that. Showing the attacks on the Twin Towers and the Pentagon. So the start date of the planning was to occur with the falling of the towers in 2001, and they had 20 years because it was on the $20 bill to prepare. And the last bit of coding on the $20 bill was the changing of the bill from Jackson to Tubman, a white man to a black lady, symbolizing the coming change of the EMCO. This is how they, the masters and the controllers, communicate amongst themselves. Understand their coding and symbolism, and you become wise to the world in which you live. This is why we teach you how to think again. Thinking is what will save you. Kimberly's Master and Controller series is mandatory watching if you really want the truth. For every lie, there is a truth. And since everything is a lie, there are millions of truths to be told. That is why we do not like giving you the answers. We give you the ability to see through the deceptions via thinking. When you think clearly and see the lies, then the truth can finally be seen. Comprehension. Every word, number, symbol, phrase, image, etc. You have to be able to comprehend fully to decode their messages. Kobe Bean Bryant, August 23rd, 1978 to January 26, 2020, was an American professional basketball player, a shooting guard. Bryant entered the National Basketball Association, NBA, directly from high school and played his entire 20-season professional career in the league with the Los Angeles Lakers. Next video, part 25 AM, 2012, on the flat earth. Part 25 AL-1. How did they know 20 years ago on the flat earth? After my last video, someone left a comment on Kimberly's site and asked the question, how did the masters and controllers know this 20 years ago? Apparently, the message of my last video failed to penetrate his mind. You know, the thing about thinking. You see, sun worship is not a bunch of pagan heathens praying and worshiping the sun out in the woods and having a circle jerk in their hooded robes. Sun worship is this: actual observations of the sun and heavens. The amount of time, energy, resources, and money spent on observing the heavens by the masters and controllers is staggering. There are hundreds of astronomical observatories all over the plane, and they ain't looking out into the empty expanse of space. I've said it many times on YouTube and the site. They know to look up and to keep the population looking down at their phones, computers, and TVs. So through observations, computers, and math, they knew the date because they actually think. I have talked about all these signs in the Sun series. However, let me go over them again for the ones who like to be told the answers twice. The sun/focal point is tightening in its spiral and has been shifting centrally or northernly. Hence the tightening, the days are no longer the same length of time. They have been decreasing in seconds for decades before 9/11/2001. The sun used to be yellow, and now it is white. You know, the whole thing about color and temperature. The light is less diffuse and is getting more focused. Climate change due to the focusing of the light. Again, through observations, computers, and math, they can get the correct date and year. You see, you have been conditioned by them that no one knows the day or year, and you all bought it hook, line, and sinker. You know, the BS about only the Father knows. Shit, if my dumbass could figure it out without any of their observations and readings, then hell yes, they figured it out long before 9/11/2001. You better start thinking and do it fast. Time is running out, and you will have to think to make the right decisions. Next video, part 25 AM, 2012, on the flat earth. Part 25 AM, 2012, on the flat earth. If you have a hard time accepting that the masters and controllers knew 20 years ago, how about 40 years ago? Look at the sun from Superman 2 from 1981. Slow down. The color: orange to yellow to white to blue. color, and temperature of our changing sun. Notice Superman flying directly towards the sun, showing you his coding. Superman equals Savior equals sun. Again, everything is sun worship. So what was the end of the world hype of the Mayan calendar of 12/21/2012 all about? It was a number code used by the masters and controllers, and another fake event pushed by them to make people expecting the end of the world look crazy. 9/11/2001 was the start date for their coding. 9 plus 11 equals 20. 2001 plus 20 equals 2021. Or 21 reversed is 12. If you reverse 9/11 to 11/9, you get 2001 plus 11 equals 2012 plus 9 equals 2021. So they are reversing the number sequences of 9/11. So the coding in 2012 is that 11 comes before 9, or the opposite of 9/11. So if you look at the calendar and find the opposite of 9/11, it is 3/11. 3/11 also the date of the London attacks. So the ones in the know to plan for March or 3/11 of 2021. Their no later than NLT date, not 9/11 of 2021 or the double cross. The other major code they are showing is the number 12, a crucial number to them. The 12 disciples, the 12 months in a year, the 12 signs of the zodiac, etc. But the most significant meaning of the number 12 is the total length of time of the EMCO. 12 years. Let me repeat. 12 years. I warned you. You might want to hang with me until the end. The start date of the 12-year EMCO. The red sky sun in the plain below us, breaking its Capricorn limit on Christmas of 2018, or 12/25/2018. Then add 12 years, and you get 2030, or Agenda 30. Next video, part 25AN, 12 years a slave on the flat earth. Part 25AM-1, Super Bowl live on the flat earth. Super Bowl LIV, Roman numerals for 54, or live. The San Francisco 49ers versus the Kansas City Chiefs. I posted this video at kickoff, so no one places any bets. And just in case the Chiefs, or the bosses of our world, win. 32 NFL teams, 32 degrees of masonry, 32 degrees Fahrenheit, the freezing point of water. Kobe Bryant, numbers, 8 plus 24 equals 32. 31 teams with lettered names: Arizona Cardinals, Atlanta Falcons, Baltimore Ravens, Buffalo Bills, Carolina Panthers, Chicago Bears, Cincinnati Bengals, Cleveland Browns, Dallas Cowboys, Denver Broncos, Detroit Lions, Green Bay Packers, Houston Texans, Indianapolis Colts, Miami Dolphins, Minnesota Vikings, New England Patriots, New Orleans Saints, Las Vegas Raiders, Philadelphia Eagles, Pittsburgh Steelers, Los Angeles Chargers, Seattle Seahawks, Los Angeles Rams, Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Tennessee Titans, Washington Redskins, New York Giants, New York Jets, Jacksonville Jaguars, Kansas City Chiefs, and San Francisco 49ers. Only one team with numbers in the name: San Francisco 49ers. Super Bowl LIV 54, live. San Francisco 49ers versus Kansas City Chiefs. San equals sun. Vowels are interchangeable. Francisco equals Francis equals Frank. Frank, adjective. Circa 1300. Free. 1540s from Old French franc. Free, not servile. Without hindrance, exempt from. 12th century. From medieval Latin francus. Free, at liberty, exempt from service. As a noun, a free man, a frank. San Francisco equals son Francis, or Frank equals son free. Son free 49ers, or 4 and 9, or 4/9, or April 9th. The Blue Sun Easter crossing date: April 9th, or 4/9, or 49ers. San Francisco 49ers coding: sun free on 4/9, or 4/9/2021, Easter, or the Cancer crossing date. The sun becomes free of its chains or boundaries or limits on 4/9. The San Francisco 49ers coding. Teams with the most Super Bowl wins: Pittsburgh Steelers, 6. New England Patriots, 6. San Francisco 49ers, 5. If, no. When the 49ers win, 1 plus 5 equals 6, or 666 confirmation code. There is one other team that has 5 Super Bowl wins, and one more will reach 6. The Blue Star. The Blue Star. The Blue Star logo. If there is another Super Bowl and I was a gambling man, which I am not, I would bet the Dallas Cowboys will win the final Super Bowl before the sun turns into the Blue Star Kachina. Next video, part 25AN. 12 years a slave on the flat earth. Part 25AM-2. Super Bowl live on the flat earth. Sometimes I really enjoy being wrong. The 49ers did not win in 2020. Finding the truth is a long process, and being wrong is a very common occurrence. Getting the correct answers eventually is the goal. I told all of you from the beginning, I am just a normal dude, just trying to make sense of the world. I am not special. I just don't quit until I know I have the correct answers. My concern is not 2021. It is about 2020. The control measures of society, and when the controllers will lock down society, is my biggest concern. With the fake coronavirus pandemic and the Kobe coding, I am trying to figure out the coding of their lockdown date. The 49ers loss and not having the 666 confirmation code given gives me some peace of mind for this April. The sun/focal point is moving in the correct direction. So I know 4/9/2020 is not the year for the Easter crossing. Since the sun is doing what it should, the challenge now is to figure out when the controllers implement their plans, which will be prior to the first major sign that the brain-dead zombie masses could no longer ignore. The controllers cannot risk chaos in the streets. The 49ers did not win. However, their final score was 20. That still gives me cause for concern. But with 100% certainty, I know the sun will not be free of its limits this April or 4/9/20. I have no inside information. I do not have a Masonic symbol and code guide. I have no information from some secret source in a club or the government. I, like you, have to figure it out the old-fashioned way, by thinking. Also, to all the members freaking out over the 12 years, Wait until you hear all the details. Plus, I never said that Hell Week is now 7 years. Hell Week is still 7 days. Hell Week is the pressure release and the going out of the electricity. The EMCO is the entire process of the electromagnetic plasma changeover event. Next video, part 25AN, 12 years a slave on the flat earth. Part 25AN, 12 years a slave on the flat earth. 2.5 years plus 7 years plus 2.5 years equals 12 years. I will explain in more details in the next video. Warning, do not proceed any further if you cannot handle the truth. 12 years, a long time to go without food and growing seasons for the masses, the masters, and the controllers. This is a Christmas tree made from 10,000 cans of food. About 2.5 cans a day for only one person for 12 years. Show up to a group with no supplies and food and see how well you will be treated. What's for supper? You are. The Super Bowl or the Supper Bowl, the annual festival to showcase and display their livestock. The Supper Bowl, with the only food source to get them through the 12-year EMCO. All clean and dressed up nice and pretty to show their masters the great quality of meat they will enjoy. Super Bowl Live halftime show. Shakira with a rope. With her hands bound, symbolizing the bondage or slavery coming for everyone. Kids kept in cages, symbolizing the coming captivity and cannibalism. This is why Kimberly's Master and Controller series is so vital for everyone to see, so you can fully comprehend what is coming. Cannibalism is their way of getting through the 12-year EMCO. Not just the masters and controllers, but every culture's way of enduring the 12 years. If you are taken, left behind, or go where the authorities tell you, this will be your fate. I am not here to scare you, but to tell you the truth. We warned you to be careful what you ask for. Always, always, always have an out. Next video, part 25AO, the 12-year timeline on the flat earth.
Part 25A-O, 12-year timeline on the flat Earth. Daniel 12, 11 through 12, King James Version. And from the time that the daily sacrifice is taken away, and the abomination of desolation is set up, there shall be 1,290 days. Blessed is he who waits, and comes to the 1,335 days. Daily sacrifice. Daily equals day, equals what makes the day, equals the sun, equals the sacrifice of the sun, equals the sun gone on 6/22/2021. The abomination of desolation equals the plasma formation at the top center of our dome, equals forming the next day, equals 6/23/2021. 910 plus 1 day, or 911 days later, the king returns on 6/23/2021. EMCO start date, or red sky, sun, Capricorn crossing date. Christmas 12/25/2018, plus 910 24-hour periods, or 2.49 years, plus 1 day for the abomination of desolations, equals 6/23/2021, equals the start date for Daniel's days. June 22nd, 2021. Our blue sky sun gone, or the daily sacrifice. The abomination of desolations set up the next day, 6/23/2021, or Agenda 21. The 7-year tribulation equals the book of Daniel days, 1,290 days plus 1,335 days, equals 2,625 days. 2,625 days divided by 365.25 equals 7.18685832, or 7.19 years. June 23rd, 2021, plus 2,625 days, equals August 30th, 2028. Remember, we will be going into the red sky. Therefore, the sun will form on 8/30/2028 at our southern ring and make its slow 910-day journey to the Tropic of Capricorn. August 30th, 2028, plus 910 days, equals February 26, 2031. 2031, or the final score of Super Bowl Live, 20-31. Add 3 days for the holding of the red sky sun's position at solstice and crossing of Capricorn, and back within its limits or set parameters. The date of the New World Order, 2/26/2031 plus 3 equals 2/29/2031, leap day, or 3/1/2031. Roman New Year is 3/1, or 31. The early Roman calendar designated March 1st as the new year. The calendar had just 10 months, beginning with March. That the new year once began with the month of March is still reflected in some of the names of the months. Rome in the Golden Age. The coding of Roman history equals red sky. Three one 2031, or 3131, or 3131, or the winning score of the Kansas City Chiefs in Super Bowl Live. K from Kansas, K equals 11. C from City, C equals 3. C from Chiefs, C equals 3. 1133, or rearranged 3131. The 12-year EMCO. 910 plus 1 plus 2,625 plus 910 plus 3 equals 4,449 24-hour periods, or 4,449 divided by 365.25 equals 12.1806982 years. 12/25/2018 to 3/1/2031. December 25th, 2018. Add 4,449 days equals 3/1/2031. Next video, part 25AP. Not 1, not 2, but 3 skies on the flat Earth. Part 25AP. Not 1, not 2, but 3 skies on the flat Earth. Blue sky. Blue sky. Over 200 years of blue sky. It will end on 6/22/2021. Blue sky, sun, moon, and stars travels east to west. Sun crossing on Easter 4/9/2021. Sun focusing and tightening while moving north. Blue beam burns everything in its path. 74 24-hour periods of hell. Extreme cold in southern hemisphere. Prepare supplies for this time period. Purple sky. Purple sky. No sun,
moon, or stars. Waters above flow to center axis and come down at the North Pole as the waters of the North, the great river that goes by many different names. Water above gone, so you can see Vajra/Neron. Lasts for 2,625 days, or the 7-year tribulation. Occurs during every EMCO. Light and heat from plasma formations. Constant warm temps, but no light for photosynthesis. Reduced electromagnetism. Red sky. Red sky will start on 8/30/2028. Forms at southern ring. 910 24-hour periods of extreme cold in north. Southern hemisphere gets heat relatively quick. Red sky sun travels from west to east. Photosynthesis starts again. Red sky moon equals unknown. No stars until waters fill back up above us. When do the waters above refill? Unknown. 3/1/2031. Golden Age begins. Next video, part 25AQ. Purple sky, amazement on the flat earth. Part 25AQ. Purple sky, amazement on the flat earth. I am a firm believer in giving bad news first. That way intentions can be seen. Well, it is time to give some great news for the ones who have the right intentions. I know that a lot of you have a tough time grasping the 12-year EMCO and how to survive it. Well, I am here to tell you that with wisdom, you can and will make it through to the golden age. When you make it through to the purple sky, you will notice something immediately. A gift so great, it will seem as you were on another world. But you see, I have to show you through real science and evidence, or you would think I was crazy as a loon. This is called a dolmen. A dolmen, or a structure made by men. A rudimentary rock protective structure found all over the plain. Giant slabs of rock formed to protect one from falling debris, i.e., giant hail, falling metallic rocks, aka stars. If you look closely, you can figure out who built them and why. Temperature was not a concern due to the open sides. Look at the size of the girl compared to the opening beneath the roof. No giants made these. They were made by humans around our size. Technology or machines were not used to move the giant slabs of rock. They were built during the purple sky. How, you might ask? By humans. Dull men, or dull men, or dumb men. Our size. Due to electromagnetism, of course. The flow of electricity stops at the finish line and then changes directions, which takes 7 years in our time. So during that changeover process of the electricity, the force that firmly holds you to the ground is significantly reduced. Therefore, objects will become extremely light, and because our muscles are used to the heavy force of our blue sky EM4s, objects will become easy to move and lift. And giant slabs of rocks will be easy to reposition to form crude shelters from the falling debris. Backpacks will become light as a pillow. And totes will be able to be moved nearly effortlessly. And now you know why they push the BS of gravity so much. When you know about EM and the ever-changing nature of the EM, then a world of possibilities truly opens up for the wise. But note, this is for all animals on the plane. Everyone and everything that survives the 74 24-hour periods will be benefiting from the reduced EM for the next 2,625 days. Check yourself. Before you go running out and telling your loved ones about super strength in the purple sky, slowly get them to this point, or they will think you are batshit crazy and you will lose them forever. Next video, part 25AR, Purple Sky Movement on the Flat Earth. Part 25AQ-1, Sports on the Flat Earth. A picture of King James dunking the other day at 36. He should not be able to do this at his age and the length of his career. Back in the day, the 70s and 80s, I was a pretty good athlete. I grew up playing all sports: basketball, football, baseball, tennis, soccer, and track. But something puzzled me over the decades. The athletes kept on getting better. Sure, you could say better training, performance-enhancing drugs, better equipment, better diet, but they were on another level. Careers were lasting longer than prior athletes in their sport or position, and they were getting much taller, bigger, stronger, and faster. All around, just more athletic. All records are made to be broken. Red Auerbach. But you see, Records weren't just being broken, they were being shattered, not just by the winners, but by the runner-ups as well. In every athletic endeavor, athletes of both genders were doing things that their predecessors would have never even tried. And then parkour, or free running, hit the scene. And the things these kids could do was just astounding to me. We moved to our new location on November 1st. Then Kimberly and I started working out on November 3rd, 6 times a week for about 2 to 3 hours a day. Our EMCO training. Now remember this, we both have had significant back injuries, and we are now at 5,000 feet elevation. And I was in the worst shape of my life by far. In my Army days, I was an effing machine. Endless energy, strong, agile, etc. After the Army, mid-90s, I went heavy on weightlifting. I was 6'2", 245 pounds at my peak, lifting all kinds of crazy weights. I used to warm up with 225 on the bench. I was strong. Me on left and my oldest brother on right. He is 6'1", about 225 in this picture. Due to my physical jobs, I always stayed in decent shape. But I hurt my back in November of 2017, and my body went downhill fast. So when we started working out again, it was very painful at first, as expected. I'm 48 and Kimberly is 44, and I noticed something in 3.5 months since we started lifting and working out again. The amount of weight I am lifting is insane. For someone who is out of shape, hurt back, old, eating only 1 time a day, bad knees, old elbow and shoulder injuries, etc. The amount of weight I am pressing and pulling is way more than I should right now. I am rivaling my lifting weights when I was in my mid-20s and jacked. So why? What is my point with all of this? Electromagnetism, of course. It has slowly been weakening over the decades. Hence, the better athletes, the longer careers, records being shattered, and my old ass slinging some weight around again. So the EM force has been slowly weakening and will continue to weaken until it stops and changes directions on 6/22/2021. They have been showing us through the spectacle of sports the decreasing EM in our world. The ones who can see will see the message of the ever-increasing abilities of the athletes. This also explains why the youngest child is generally taller than the older siblings of the same gender. The one major lesson I have learned from all of this is that everything is slow and the processes are painfully slow. Nothing happens instantaneously. Your speed, strength, agility are all slowly increasing due to the decreasing of the EM field. Get in shape. Slow and steady wins the race. It's a marathon, not a sprint. Start slow and gradually work up in intensity and duration. 3 months is all you need to get back into shape. So when you have to move your supplies and build a shelter, your body will be ready for the challenge. And with the EM decreasing, you will be able to do it easier than ever expected. So the Flintstones shelter, or the dolmen, might be able to be erected during the 74 24-hour periods. Next video, part 25AR, Purple Sky Movement on the Flat Earth. Part 25AR, Purple Sky Movement on the Flat Earth. You think Usain Bolt is fast? You think King James can jump high? Try thinking more along the lines of this. Now, you won't be able to fly like Superman or run at the speed of light like the Flash. However, you will feel as strong as an ox, as swift as a cheetah, and as light as a feather.
当然，古斯留一步给你，是要见你的本性。
你们这些老江湖怎么见得到本心？
快！
What did they just show? Yep, them walking on water. Be light, grasshopper. If you remember back to Kimberly's amazing SpaceX series, she explained surface tension of water. Also, factor in the salinity of the water. Then just imagine the possibilities. Next video, part 25AS, the fountain of youth on the flat earth. Part 25AS, the sun's exit on the flat earth. Just a little tease for you Crater Earth people. I will not be doing the Fountain of Youth video until later in the series. There are some other key portions of the model you have to understand first. So where does the sun exit or goes out in the Cancer EMCO? Remember, during the 74 24-hour periods, the sun will spiral inwards from the Tropic of Cancer to the center of the plane to reach its final destination at the North Pole. Go back to the track stadium analogy. The sun must travel to the very center circle of the field. When it reaches the center, the sun will go out. The sun, or focal point, that is illuminated by the plasma tube of light is returning to its source outside of our dome during the changeover. The sun does not travel at the same elevation from Cancer to the North Pole. The sun does not go out at the bottom of the North Pole. The sun goes out at the top center of our dome, so at the top of the stadium where the flagpole is located. Or the top of the Christmas tree. That is where the exit is for the sun/focal point to return to its source, or the Father. So during the 74 24-hour periods, when you look north, you will see the rising and setting of the sun and the trailing light gradually going from the horizon to the very top center of our dome. So the sun/focal point will go out or exit our dome at the very top center of our dome. So you must account for the eventual increase in elevation of the sun/focal point in relation to the horizon and its normal parameter elevation. Next video, part 25AT. Which path on the flat Earth? Part 25AT. Which path on the flat Earth? I am going skiing at the top of the mountain next Christmas. With only this information, answer me these two questions. 1. Which path am I going to take? 2. When am I going to leave? Next video, part 25AU. The variables on the flat Earth. Part 25AU. The variables on the flat Earth. I am going skiing at the top of the mountain next Christmas. With only this information, answer me these two questions. 1. Which path am I going to take? 2. When am I going to leave? Okay, I am going skiing at Whistler, British Columbia, Canada. Can you answer those two questions now? No, because there are too many unknown variables. Am I leaving from Seattle or Spokane, Washington? Am I walking the entire distance or just part of the distance? Am I flying a jet airliner that travels at over 400 miles per hour?
Or am I flying just a portion of the route on a small prop engine plane at 140 miles per hour? Am I driving in an SUV or sedan? Will the roads be dry and bare or snowy and icy? Do I have snow tires or chains so I can travel in the snow? Is there bumper-to-bumper traffic due to a holiday or weekend or inclement weather? Am I resting overnight and limiting myself to 3-hour drives per day, or am I driving straight through? When I get to Whistler, am I vacationing for a short or long period of time before I go skiing? Then, will I walk the entire way to the summit? Will I take a gondola from the base of the mountain to a certain elevation and then walk to the summit? Will I take a ski lift to the highest ski run and then walk to the summit? Or will I just rent a helicopter and have it take me from the helipad and then drop me off at the summit? Two simple questions that cannot be answered because there are too many unknown variables. Just like trying to answer those two questions for the sun/focal point, from the Tropic of Capricorn to its exit point at the top center of our dome in the year it goes out during the Cancer MCO. Unanswerable with the current known variables. Next video, part 25AV, Geometry on the Flat Earth.